All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. During special board meetings, the public may make public comment on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. A couple quick notes on public comment. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment times to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. All right. For our land acknowledgement, Ms. Albiani.
Okay. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unsucceeded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And to lead us in the pledge, Mr. Yang. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Superintendent, over to you for an overview of the day.
Thank you. So excited for the day. Two really important presentations that we'll share with the board and the community today. First one is an update on multi-tiered systems of support. This will actually be one of 3 presentations that we'll be doing the board in kind of an upcoming series. Really want to make sure as the new board is coming together that we have a collective understanding of the work that makes up MTSS, and then also to be able to make sure the board, as they get questions and those kinds of things from the community, that we have provided you with the information you need to be able to address questions as those come up. So looking forward to that presentation. The next one will be the next step in the board priority process. So this will be an opportunity again as we bring together the board moving forward for the new work, making sure everyone understands how we've gotten to the point where we are today. It's been about a 3-year process getting to today. We will fold in the information from last spring's perspective survey and be able to see how that helps inform the work moving forward. And then as the board walks away today, we want to make sure that you have the information that you need in a format that is usable to you and useful to you as we now work through the next steps of the board priority process, which we'll be dealing with in earnest in November coming up. So we want to make sure you have the information you need to be able to do that work. So looking forward to a great day. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Then let's dive right into the multi-tiered system of support. Mr. Riley.
Hey, good morning, President Vargas, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Excuse me. It's quite a privilege here to represent the educational Services in Schools executive team, also known as ESSET, comprised of the members here of Cabinet that lead Ed Services and Schools. The purpose, as Superintendent Hoffman mentioned, this is the first in a three-part series that is spotlighting multi-tiered systems of supports. The reason for the three presentations is that it is quite an extensive framework, and we found it necessary to sort of piecemeal it in its presentation. I have the privilege of doing the introductory piece where you'll get an overview of the entire framework that'll set the stage for subsequent presentations that will dive more in detail as to how the framework functions, the processes and protocols, and its composition. Okay, so starting with our learning vision, and I'm going to reference this slide in subsequent slides, particularly our learning vision, every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. That is our vision, and you can see the emphasis, obviously, on every, in that I want to emphasize that this multi-tiered system of supports serves all students. So there has been questions in terms of where do multilingual learners fit into the MTSS framework? Where do students with disabilities fit in the framework? Every student is designed to be serviced in the framework, as you'll see in just a moment. But you see the different parts of our learning vision. High quality curriculum instruction and assessment. It's part of the academic part of the framework. Targeted supports and interventions. Wellness and family community engagement. They are all touched in our framework. So the objectives of this three-part spotlight series, calling it a spotlight on MTSS, pretty catchy. Don't get too excited. To foster an understanding of why MTSS is necessary, what MTSS is, the components of a multi-tiered system of supports, and how MTSS works, the processes and protocols embedded in a multi-tiered system of supports. So we're starting with this series with the board, obviously, but we are going to use versions of this presentation with parent groups, with advocacy groups, because it is essential that everyone understands what MTSS is and what MTSS isn't. We want to dispel some misconceptions or misunderstandings of what MTSS is and isn't. For example, in my personal extensive work with special education advocates and such and parents over the last several years, MTSS is not designed to be a set of obstacles to keep students from services. Quite the opposite. Is the special education services, the related services, are an integral part of the MTSS pyramid. And as are interventions and instructional strategies for multilingual learners, and they benefit all students. So it's all part of the same system. It's not a separate thing, it is the thing. And so hopefully we'll see that a little bit later demonstrated. So MTSS is a culturally responsive, comprehensive framework. It provides universal access of evidence-based practices for all students. It identifies student needs based on data. It organizes and implements necessary supports and interventions for the purpose of achieving academic, social, and emotional and behavioral success for all students. And it emphasizes early intervention. So before we would jump to an assessment for, say, services for special education or for pulling students out of class, we want to exercise intervention at its earliest stage, which is Tier 1, in the classroom, in real time, with the objective, keep students exposed to first instruction. So the origins of MTSS actually were burdened out of the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, as it was updated in 2004. You may be familiar with the term response to intervention, RTI, and it was originally sought to identify students who would benefit from more intensive supports. And then from these beginnings as a tool to help improve educational outcomes for students with disabilities, MTSS evolved to support all students. So again, MTSS is a framework that helps educators provide academic, behavioral, and social emotional. So I'm gonna repeat those: academic, behavioral, and social emotional. Those are sort of the three, we call them legs of the stool in some contexts, that comprise the MTSS framework. And they embody the strategies that support students with a variety of different needs. And again, MTSS grew out of the integration of the RTI model and also PBIS, which I know many of you are familiar with. So wanted to kind of differentiate two different means of thinking that are at play in MTSS. One is mechanistic and one is systems. Both types of thinking are necessary. Mechanistic thinking focuses on individual parts of a system. So if you think of, for example, an automobile engine, the engine, as you open the hood and look at it, is a system, but it can be broken down into different components that each have to function effectively and efficiently in order for the whole system to break down. Any one of those parts break down, the system breaks down. So we have to do both here. We have to look at our system mechanistically and from a systems perspective as well. And systems focuses on the interconnections amongst the individual parts of the system. So special education services is part of the system. Multilingual strategies, instructional strategies for English learners, part of the system. Restorative practices, part of the system. And if any one of those things breaks down or is having difficulty and not operating in the most efficient way, the system sputters a bit and doesn't function optimally. So just to spend a little bit more time on system, you can see the origins, the Greek origins of system. The Greek term systema, organized as a whole made of several parts. It's exactly what the framework is, the MTSS framework. Stemming from the sense of placing together or organizing. But really the root means to stand or to cause to stand. So if we think of the academic supports, the social emotional supports, and the behavioral supports as three legs of a stool, it's what is it helping to stand up? It's helping to stand up our learning vision. So if you look at the seat of the stool in this demographic, which is just an alternative way of looking at the pyramid, by no means replacing the pyramid, but just for visual purposes of the system, it really supports our learning vision. Every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. Again, every student. And you can see the three legs of the stool there. So MTSS supports the learning vision. The learning vision applies to every student, and MTSS encompasses supports for all students, including students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and targeted subgroups identified in the EGUSD strategic plan. So mechanistically, we function as distinct departments. We have a special education department, multilingual education, educational services, schools. But systematically, we have to foster the interconnections and interdependence of these district departments. That's why the ESSET group exists, coming together once a week on Wednesday afternoons for 3 or 4 hours at a time. That's when we're putting the system together. We're fine-tuning the engine, each from our different standpoints. And so one of our statements here is members of site MTSS teams, and we'll get into that in a subsequent presentation, who at the site comprises the MTSS team at the sites. Each member of that site, or even if you take ESSET, each member has to stand from their mechanistic areas of expertise and work together to adopt a holistic, systematic view of individual student needs. I know in special education, there's a great emphasis on individual educational plans, very individualized. We say that quite a bit. But when you look at it, every single child in our system, all 64,000, they're individuals. No two students you line them up have the same exact needs. So in a way, the fact that MTSS was born from special education RTI is no mistake. It's the same approach that we have to apply to every student. So when MTSS site teams come together, whether it's a school psychologist, a behaviorist, a general education teacher, a resource teacher, they're all coming from their mechanistic stance and adding their expertise to look at the child and see what does this child need at this time. So why is a system approach to support necessary? For example, some behaviors manifested by children with learning disabilities are also typical characteristics of children who are learning a second language. So spending time with the school psychologists over the several years, we have engaged in a number of trainings and conferences where the school psychologist, as the primary metrician of our assessments, has to discern why is the child struggling? Is it because of language acquisition challenges, number of years in the country, exposure to primary language at home, or is it a true learning disability and a deficit? That is not an easy task to discern, as you can imagine. So when making decisions regarding placement, support, and interventions for students, the MTS team has to consider multiple data points. Factors to consider: language acquisition processes and the complex interaction between linguistic development, cognitive abilities, age, learning styles, literacy skills in the primary language, cultural perspectives, experiences with formal schooling, length of time in the country, immigration experience, stages of assimilation, and overall academic growth. Also, what the child is going through personally. Are they a child in the foster care system? Are they part of a family experiencing homelessness? There's so many permutations of what can be going on with a child. So unless we all come together, again, from our mechanistic stances and look at the child from a systems perspective, we're not going to get it right. We have to work together. That's the trick. So just to demonstrate what we're up against, our students are highly diverse. We have 123 languages in the district. It fluctuates between 118, 129. At the time this presentation went to print, it was 123. Just this month, we hit 11,000 students receiving special education services. 11,000. That's large. That's more than many school districts in the state. 2,256 students with 504 plans. 3,892 students with health plans. 1,947 students duly identified, both special education and multilingual. 189 students in foster youth. 345 students experiencing homelessness. And 38,457 socially economic disadvantaged students in 24-25. We're using last year's number because that data point is complete. We're still in the process, in our ed benefits process, identifying those students for this year. But you can look at this and just think about all the different permutations that could exist as a child presents themselves in our system. They could be an English learner with a disability on a health plan in the foster system. So imagine how complex. Where do we start in providing services and supports for that student? The only way we're going to have a chance of helping that student is if all the adults in the room come together, again, from their mechanistic standpoint, their areas of expertise, and come together to synthesize a plan for the child. And that plan doesn't necessarily need to be, it may involve, certainly if the child has disabilities, it will involve an IEP, but to bolster the system at the site level to respond in real time and offer real-time supports. That's what MTSS is about. So what are the components of MTSS? As I mentioned before, academic, social, emotional, and behavior. It's a framework, it's a foundation for cohesive teaching and learning, and each of the three components are interconnected. And I want to stress that, academic, social, emotional, and behavior, they're all interconnected. And MTSS, as a process, it identifies, interprets, and measures the collective needs of all students individually as they present themselves. So the MTSS process, Tier 1, universal, all students. So this is in the classroom. This is exposure to all students, touches all students, and it includes communicating school-wide expectations in the classroom, teaching and modeling appropriate behaviors, establishing routines and procedures, providing instruction that is culturally, linguistically relevant based on the instructional framework, fostering the 5 competencies of social emotional learning, and integrating restorative practices, strategies, and interventions into daily instruction. So for example, restorative practices really touches on all 3 legs of the stool: academic, social, and behavior. Restorative practices can be interwoven into a lesson for all students in terms of maybe the class comes together and develops its own class rules. I know many teachers do that at the beginning of the year. They do a collaborative learning exercise, students in small groups, they come up, they brainstorm, they work together, they contemplate consequences for actions, how to be proactive in terms of preventing undesirable behaviors in the classroom, unproductive behaviors. The examples are endless, but restorative practices really underlies all 3 stools and Tier 1 interventions. And again, when we introduce restorative practices, some people might say, oh, here's another thing. It's not another thing, it's the thing. It's part of the thing we do, which is MTSS. It's just a different component. Tier 1 academic, our first instruction, high quality instruction, involves lesson planning, learning targets and success criteria, active participation from students, engagement, formative assessment and feedback, and student talk. Again, emphasizing that engagement. And then the phases of instruction can include focused instruction, guided instruction, collaborative learning, independent learning. And students in a classroom may be ready for independent learning before others. And so the guided instruction might last longer for some students, as some students graduate to more independent work within the classroom. Just for example, the special education context, we are continuing our piloting of co-teaching, where in the classroom, as part of first instruction, we have a general education teacher working hand in hand with an education specialist, a special education teacher. That allows great flexibility and allows for great differentiation within the classroom. Keeps students, for example, with students with disabilities in the classroom exposed to first instruction. And you could have a situation where some of the class graduates to independent practice after a guided instruction and allows one of the teachers to stay and work with a small group who needs more guided practice or a collaborative learning environment to master that skill before they go home and practice independently. So it allows for more differentiation, keeps students in the classroom and exposed to first instruction, as an example. Tier 1 social emotional learning. So the 5 core competencies: self-awareness, self-management. We got a duplicate there, 2 self-awarenesses. Relationship skills and responsible decision-making. I have a teenager at home right now, a 16-year-old, and we spend a lot of time on the 5 core competencies. I can think of this morning in particular, self-management, self-awareness, relationship, decision, yeah, pretty much all 5. We hit all 5 this morning. So these are embedded in every lesson. So as we engage students in academic exercises or assignments, many assignments require long-term planning. As you get to the higher grades, you might have an assignment that's due in 2 weeks. Well, again, reflecting on my own teenager at home, the Sunday night after 2 weeks isn't the time to get serious or to say to mom, can we go to CVS? I need some poster board and stuff, and it's 9:45 on a Sunday night. All of these things are skills that we use forever. All of us are using them on a daily basis, so we're inculcating these competencies in our students. With Tier 1 behavior, some of you are more familiar than others with PBIS, Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. It wasn't too long ago where we had a presentation just on that, and we will have additional presentations that focus on each of these areas, but I'm just giving you a brief overview here today. But consistent processes and procedures for managing misbehavior, proactive supports to teach appropriate and replacement behaviors, promotion of positive behavior, what is the desired behavior, and let's celebrate it when we see it. Identification of desired behavior in a specific context. So positive reinforcement in the classroom that other students can see and model. Those things are all in play on a Tier 1 classroom level every day. So that is a pretty quick universal overview of what the framework comprises. As I said earlier, in Spotlight number 2, we're going to take a deeper dive. We're going to give a little bit more specific descriptions of our instructional framework, PBIS, and social emotional learning. Each of these have been their own distinctive presentations to the board. They probably will continue to do so because each of these is a framework in of itself, embedded in this grander framework. We're going to give an overview of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. So again, we try to keep students in our Tier 1, keep them exposed to first instruction, keep them in the classroom, whether from an exclusionary discipline standpoint, but also academic instruction exposure standpoint. But there are times where students have to be into smaller groups. They may need to be removed from the classroom. And I'm not just talking about students with disabilities for specialized academic instruction or such. These could be, students who may need some mental health supports or some behavior interventions. So we'll take a deeper dive and look at Tier 2 and Tier 3, which tends to be more of our one-on-one, most intensive interventions. So we'll give you an overview of that. We'll delineate what are the compositions of the respective site teams at our 69 schools out there, who are the core members, and then who are some of the additional members that are brought on based on the needs or the specific individual needs of the student in question. And then we're going to give an introduction to the processes and protocols. How does it work? How does the referral system, how do we identify students who need this system to come together? How does that work? We're also going to do so by illustrating, we're going to do some case studies, and we're going to give you some examples of students, obviously, anonymous situations, where we'll provide a profile of a student, and we will demonstrate how the team came together, what they identified, the interventions that were in place, how did we measure improvement, and the ultimate trajectory of that student's success. So at this point, happy to take questions. Interested in your questions because they will definitely inform future presentations. We'll be sure to touch on any areas that you want to learn more about, and I'll open it up.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, we do have a couple blue cards on this item. First, I just want to say good morning. All right, calling on Dr. E, followed by Robert Brewer. To the right, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Serene Yi, and I am proud to be one of the curriculum and instructional coaches focused on educational equity. I just want to start off by saying that our work in educational equity is foundational in carrying out EGUSD's learning vision, and we are an integral part of MTSS, which you just heard from the prior presentation. Some of you may not know some of the work that we do, which is why I'm here to give a snapshot today of how we tie into core skills related to academics, social emotional, and behavioral issues. But first I wanted to start with something that you might already be familiar with. It is the EGUSD's School, Staff, and Students Perspective Surveys. So I just wanted to point out one piece of data today that we didn't create this survey, our department, but whoever created it was great in thinking about the first question that they would ask. And the first question is, what do you feel school connectedness and a sense of belonging? So they asked that of staff and they asked that of students. And they saw the value in that because research shows that when staff have school connectedness and a sense of belonging, they're less likely to face burnout and they're more vested in school and district missions. Research also shows that students who have school connectedness and a sense of belonging, they're less likely to face anxiety and depression. They typically have higher academic learning, lower disciplinary problems, and a lower risk of dropping out of school. Across Elk Grove, staff's school connectedness and sense of belonging is 80%. For students, it is 68%. The Educational Equity Department understands the gap, the ones who have yet to feel connectedness and a sense of belonging. Last year, we delivered over 140 restorative practices workshops to all 68 schools in our district. These supported workshops focused on nurturing meaningful relationships and creating a sense of belonging. These are some of the takeaways of the people who participated in our workshops. Someone said, I remember the reason why I became a teacher, the need for belonging, that people shared their vulnerable stories and were able to make connections with one another. Awareness of feelings on campus. This helped me to see what other people's feelings were. The need to build community circles is vital. Spending quality time communicating in a safe environment is very important. It helps to share struggles. Before this, I thought I was alone. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that means, although I think it means I need to move faster.
Sorry, your time's up.
Okay. Is it okay if I close with something?
Please finish your thought.
Thank you. I want to go back to that same statistic. When we have 80% of staff saying that they feel connectedness, that also means that 560 staff report that they are feeling alone. When we think of students who report not being connected, that's 11,000 students. 11,000 is more than all the students in the Franklin region, all 5 elementary schools, including Toby Johnson and Franklin Elementary, which is 7,600 students.
Okay, sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Robert Burrow.
Greeting, board members. I'm off today, so you know this must be really important to me. 23 years in Elk Grove, 28 years in education, 15 years as a teacher educator at Sac State. And we just heard that our MTSS system is using culturally responsive practices to respond to the diverse needs of our students that we are up against, in quotes. So I'd ask that you think about some information, and as you receive information about these things, I just want you to be critical consumers of that information. So on the 26th of June, the Sac Observer put out an article that said Sac City schools, black students, suspension rates remain high despite all of the promises. In the article, it states that EGUSD and SCUSD continue to suspend black students at some of the highest rates in California, rates that actually increased for 22-23. At the same time, we have schools in our district who are earning platinum status for PBIS. Platinum status. These pieces of information are contradictory, right? How do they exist in the same district at the same time with the same students? And I think when we think about this, right, PBIS has been the bedrock of our system for a very long time. I was a PBS coordinator in the late 2009, 10-ish, right? It's been around a long time. And during that time, we were the worst district in the state for suspending and expelling black students. I think we have to be very critical of the things we see as the bedrocks of our MTSS system, of what we actually believe we're doing for students. Now, what Lisa Lavasser said in the article in response was that restorative practices, specifically empathic listening, building relationships, restorative dialogue, affective communication, and community building, all the things that your 8 equity coaches have provided for every single teacher in the district over the past 2 years are the things that are actually working. She cited them as actually lowering the number of suspensions and other things. So what I'm gonna ask is that the things that Ed Equity is doing, the things that your equity coaches are actually doing, we're building RP into the induction program so that every new teacher that arrives in Elk Grove from now on is gonna learn these core skills that seem to be the base of the table that we're resting all of our MTSS on, right? And I would also say that restorative practices is not some colorblind tool, right? It's about educational justice. And every tool is only as good as the user. If our users, from administrators to teachers to students, do not believe in educational justice as their mission, we should give up now, right? We're about changing hearts and minds and helping students to truly succeed. And if that's what we're all about, that has to be at the core of our mission. And educational equity safeguards that mission, right? Our very few people, I think our 14 staff members and 3 or 4 program specialists and directors, we are the ones who are trying to safeguard this mission, right? And I think it's important for you to understand that. You'll hear from me again later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That ends our blue card on this item. Turn it back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We'll have board member comments now, so I'll start with Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you. Just have a few questions. Can you share with us, and if it's something that needs to come to us later, that's fine, but I'd like to hear a little bit about the resources we're leveraging through community partnerships to support what we hope to achieve in the social emotional skills and high quality instruction that we're providing our students. Community organizations that come to mind are EG Speaks, that helps our special education community, BYLP, Black Youth Leadership Project, that helps our Black students and families, programs like Puente, that supports Latino and Latinx families, and I'm sure there's lots more. So is there any, I'm particularly wanting to know, like, what does our collaborative effort look like?
Well, I think you delineated a number of the partnerships in the community. I could speak personally to the partnership with one of them, EG Speaks. I know Genti Ferraro's here, meet with them regularly. I'll use that as an example. In meeting with them regularly with the special education leadership, just hearing that perspective, because they are out there communicating with families, advocating for families, and so they're sharing their perspectives and bringing the questions. In fact, one of the impetus for this presentation is to foster a greater understanding of MTSS, to emphasize the fact that special education is not separate from MTSS. But in terms of the other community, it gives us ideas for future spotlight emphasis in terms of our FACE department and our partnerships with parents. The cafes that we do, we want to take this presentation on the road, so to speak, so that everyone understands and they see, Improve Your Tomorrow, for example, how that is part of the MTSS framework. That is a direct support for our students, our Black students who are as referenced in the presentation, called out in our strategic plan as one of our targeted groups. To foster those, again, it's not a separate thing. It is the thing. It's all part of the MTSS framework. An intervention like Improve Your Tomorrow could be considered a tier 2 intervention when they come in small groups. It could also be in the mentor context. That falls within a tier 3, a one-on-one mentor relationship. That's a tier 3 type of intervention. So short answer is all of those things are part of the intervention. And a lot of times when you think about intervention, you think about staff, and certainly we have an abundance of interventionalists, so to speak, who are staff members. But our interventions are also our community partners. EG Speaks is a type of intervention. Improve Your Tomorrow is a type of intervention. They're our partners. So we want to look at that lens and assess, who would make great partners and how do they fit into the thing.
Add one. If I could just add, it's a great question. We can't do it alone. Another, what I would consider community partner is our community partners. One is our County Office of Education. They're invaluable. We are part of a MLE, Multilingual Education Consortium. Dr. Lilly heavily involved with that. There's a math group that's pulled together. There's a variety of opportunities. Erin Sipes, our Director of Expanded Learning, she is Wednesday, tomorrow, she's at Folsom Cordova at the school district, and we're exchanging information and ideas on a very regular basis. So I know we can think of, and rightfully so, community-based organizations, but we're heavily involved with our districts around us, and the County Office of Ed is an invaluable partner as well.
Thank you. I think, or my next question, I feel like we've done a really great job at the tier 1, which makes the most sense because it's the foundation, right? But I have heard in site visits and such that tier 2 and 3, like, what is the district doing to commit the resources and the supports that adequately support the students that are needing those level of supports, and not just putting the burden on, you know, our school sites that are limited in their resources or their staff? Like, what kinds of what are we doing to make sure that they're able to go between the tiers adequately to support the students?
Mm-hmm. Well, we have, there's a combination. There's, through our site LCAP process, you know, sites are given, you know, with their concentration, supplemental concentration fund, they are given the ability to identify specific needs at the site. And, you know, our school sites are looking at, again, the framework and how can we bolster tier 2, tier 3 supports. From a district level, we're offering supports. We offer our mental health support services. Our social workers are in our schools. Our MHTs are in our schools. Our behaviorists are working with various classes and teachers and doing an abundance of coaching. You heard from members of the equity department out there doing the restorative practices training and such. Even within restorative, you know, I emphasized this sort of ubiquitousness of restorative practices amongst the 3 stools, but it goes vertical as well. That restorative practices goes tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So through our coaching, our itinerant staff, and the support services, that's, you know, you look at our budget, we'll be focusing on budget priorities later this afternoon. I mean, those were needs that were identified, you know, in our return from the pandemic, where our needs kind of spiked. So it's a confluence of all these. Some are site specific, and we allow sites some autonomy in terms of what they identify. They know best because it's a local decision. That's the whole point of the LCAP, right? But also from a systemic district piece, we have these different coaching and programs that are going to school sites and helping. So that work just needs to continue. I think, as Mr. Cerruti, members of the ESSA team have stated numerous times, we know what to do. It's clear what we need to do. We just need to get better at doing it and sustain the resources that allow us to do the work.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I did have a final question, but I'm not going to ask it because I think it kind of became relevant through our meeting here. But I do just want to comment that I had the opportunity to participate in restorative practices workshop with the Laguna Creek area. And the community circles was really a great opportunity where it was funny because they all managed to do the, not me, and I got to lead the conversation, so, or not lead, but facilitate. And I could tell that in that specific training, we were just like facilitating how you can go from a casual conversation about things that are really like, you can relate to, anybody can relate to a deeper discussion through tangible tools that I think was really, really great. Our group had, you know, a teacher that taught psychology, taught science, economics, and then me. I think they thought I worked at the district. And it was just really interesting because in that diverse dynamic, we were able to see common ground with each other, have a really thoughtful conversation, and I felt like we didn't know each other, but we walked away feeling like, oh, if I see that person again, I would love to have a deeper conversation. So I do believe that is a great way to bring in cultural perspectives, and that it allows a very modern approach to something that we're working to increase in social emotional skills and academic instruction as well. So just leave that there.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore.
Thank you for the presentation today. I appreciate learning the roots or the background of MTSS. I did want to make a couple comments and have some questions. On page 2, we mentioned that as part of our vision, we want to provide high quality curriculum, instruction, and assessment to all of our students. And then on page 4, we talk about how these practices are evidence-based, and then on page 9, is it correct to say that there are 3 legs or 3 parts of the MTSS? I know this was just a visual, but
Yes, yeah, that would be correct. The academic, social, emotional, and behavior, that would be correct to say there's 3 parts or 3 legs, 3 aspects of it, but they are all integrated.
Yeah. Okay. I just so what I would like to see, since this is the first of 3 presentations, is I would love to see a timeline for when each of these legs or portions of the MTSS was instituted in our district, and I would love to see evidence or data to see how it has benefited our students academically, and any other data we have, because I think if we're going to say that that our goal is to provide high quality curriculum, instruction, and assessment, and then also that it's evidence-based practices for all students, I would love to see evidence that we are benefiting our students. So that's something I would really appreciate. And then I was just wondering, what specifically, can you give some examples of resources that are available for teachers when restorative practices are not successful in their classroom, for instances of misbehavior or otherwise, maybe?
Sure, and I think in subsequent presentations, when we show you how the process works, we will give you some examples of how a student moves from Tier 1, and let's say the teacher has implemented various strategies and interventions with the child in the classroom, and there becomes a need where we do need to remove the child from the classroom. They would get a Tier 2 type of intervention. And that's when, again, that whole mechanistic system, that's when the team sort of comes together to look at the child to see, okay, what do we think are the root causes of the behavior? For some, it might be emotional supports or interventions are needed. There might be some counseling or group sessions that are necessary. Parent contact, that's certainly bringing the parents in and intervening there, getting them involved, learning more about the child, inviting them into the team. It could be more, emotions and behaviors are connected. So looking at, what are the causal elements of the behaviors. It could be that it could be any number of things. It could be the child doesn't feel, gentleman earlier before mentioned a sense of belonging. Child doesn't feel a sense of belonging, doesn't feel a connection to the school. I can harken back to my site days as a vice principal. Sometimes it was, providing the student with a sweatshirt of the school, and helping them that way, and getting connected to one of their interests, a club or a sport, fostering that. So it could be a number of different things. It can be counseling, it can be connecting them, getting them engaged with an activity, a club, an after-school program. It could be that when you look at it, the situation with the child, could be that the family is going through some things and they need support, and that's where our FACE department might come in. That's where we might access the services of a social worker to help connect the family with community resources. So it really depends. It goes back to that individual, and this system and this construct allows us to look at the child individually to see what's happening.
Thank you. The reason I ask is I've just heard some examples from students, staff, and parents where maybe misbehaviors are escalating, and I just want to make sure that those supports are provided sooner than later, not only for those students who need it, obviously, who need those supports, but also so that the other students in the classroom can continue to have the high quality instruction without interruption. That's why I ask, is I just think that these supports are important not only for the individual students who need the supports, but we have to also continue to support all students so that they can all learn without disruption. And so I hope that we do address those issues so that all students can truly learn and have a high quality instruction. So thank you.
Agreed. You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
Good morning, everyone. This is a lot to take in, and I'm glad we're dividing it into 3 parts.
Me too.
It really is. And it's interesting to me now that we're starting earlier and earlier. Now we've got TK kids in there, some 3 and 4-year-olds. I know earlier intervention is very important. What is the process in identifying needs for kids for outside help in the classroom? Like, do the parents come to the teachers and say, I'm having troubles with this? And do you have some kind of help at school that I can get? Or is it more the teacher saying, whoa, this kid threw a chair today in class, something's up? Or is it both? How does it work?
Yeah, it's everything you said. Yeah, it can be any source. The source of the request for help can come from a parent, it can come from a teacher, come from a paraeducator, it could come from anywhere. And in Spotlight number 2, which we were targeting November, December, with Spotlight number 3 for about February, we will give you examples of and show you how the referral process works and the different stages of the teams coming together and who's involved. So today's purpose is kind of lay down the foundation to sort of generate those questions. And then in Spotlight number 2, we'll demonstrate that through our case studies of exactly how that works. But it is a referral system, short answer, a referral system that brings people together to look at the student. And the source of that request for intervention can come from a variety of different staff, parents, et cetera.
And is it a fairly quick response if there are really gregarious issues out there? Or is it something that takes quite a bit of time? Mm-hmm. Both, probably.
I mean, ideally, it's as in real time as possible, right? I like that term, gregarious circumstance. That's a good one. But ideally, yes, it's responsive in real time as much as possible, and that depends on the strength of the team and the composition, how quickly people can come together. So we can kind of demonstrate that and work in timelines for interventions as well in our future presentation.
Okay, all right. You answered a lot of other questions for me the other day, so that really helps. I'm going to I'll be the classified person this time that's asking, do we have this kind of training for the paraeducators and other staff on campus? Because I've heard Susan say it before, but I'm going to beat her to it because it started at this end today. If they get sent out of class, they get sent to where? The office. The office is dealing with office things, but they also have to know how to help the kids that are there and what they can do. And I really want to see more training for the other staff on campus, not just the teachers. So I know we're working on that, and I just want to make sure we put that out there.
This for sure takes training.
Yes.
It absolutely. And all of these are sort of individual frameworks if you look at them mechanistically, and they all require training. And as we've said before, inclusion in all different types of perspectives takes everyone in the system, whether we're talking cultural inclusion, disability inclusion, multilingual inclusion, whatever that may be. So yes, it's continuing with our training efforts and training all staff, because our classified staff is absolutely integral to these efforts.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang.
Good morning, David.
Good morning.
Thank you for the well presentation you presented. I want to start by saying I'm a parent in the school district for 10 years with my oldest just recently graduated from Elk Grove High School and still have a junior, second grade, and first grade. So I know one or two things about our MTSS, multi-tier system of support for all students. And at its core, it's about the academic behavior and social emotional, which really involve everything about the students. And how I see it is that we as a school district has a lot of staff, have a lot of stakeholders that are part of this journey. And it's really to develop and make progress to provide our students to have the best chance to be successful in life and live their best life at the end of it. And I just want to say thank you. Our school district is not perfect, but we have done a lot of great work. And I'm one of the parents that benefit from it, from this school district. So with that said, I like what we have here on the presentation. The way I identify is we need to be intentional about our strategy, our process, our program, and that is starting with identifying the issues, have action, plan, and of course, resolution, right? And we have a lot of here. What I also like to see is be intentional about our data. You mentioned about collecting data in a varieties of areas, which I agree with it 100%. However, me as a board member, and I believe other board members would like to see as well, so that we could use those data to put into our thought process where we could provide more adequate and relevant feedback to make this journey even more effective as it is. So what I also like to see is what type of training do our staff or stakeholders that are in the process of helping out the students. How many students were we helping out, if possible? That's a big number, of course. It's not easy to get, but be intentional about it and get it as much as you can as each day goes forward, each year go forward, and I think we'll come to some sort of number. And really have a clear action plan, or clear of a plan of actions, I should say, and just provide us some solutions going forward when you present it next time, so that we will have a clear visuals and have transparency where we could reflect on, especially somewhere else besides the dice, in a group meeting like this, so that we could process our thoughts and our strategy to help out any way we can. So, overall, I really appreciate the work that we do here. I think it's phenomenal for our kids, the number of languages spoken in this school district, the number, 38,000 plus students that are socially, economically at disadvantage. That's a big number. And for our 6,500 staff and other shareholders as well, to help out any way we can. I think this is a phenomenal work, and I just want to applaud everybody that have helped out in this journey. So thank you, and that's my recommendation. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it does stir a lot of thoughtful questions and deep questions from the dais, and some you haven't heard ahead of time to have a adequate response, which kind of puts you on the spot there. So I just want to recognize that. And I think they're really good questions, though, and I appreciate this introduction that allows us to have time to think, to ask those, and get very complete answers in the future. So I applaud that. I think one of the challenges we always have is time. Like, we never have enough time to train our teachers. We never have enough time to train our staff. There's so few days that we get them, and there's so many days they are in front of students, and then there's so much stuff that needs to happen outside that. So I just want to recognize that rub between what we would like to teach everybody, and I believe what they would like to learn, and then the personal need for their lives. So that's really hard, I think. I appreciate Mr. Brewer coming and speaking, always. And I think it's exciting that he's pointing out a new piece we've put in place and the success he's seen with it and the success we're having with that. And I think we run with those things very well in this district. We've searched for a good engine to help, a good part to help with that. And I'm excited because I know, as speaking to people in our district, how committed we are to restorative practices. And it's very encouraging to hear from people that are forward-facing, student-facing, that they believe this is the right work. And it is the right work according to evidence-based information, all those things. But it's I don't know, I just appreciate hearing it's the right work here. And I appreciate Delia has gone to something with that. I have not been trained on that. I've been trained on many of these things, but not that. So I just really appreciate that feedback. And we'll look forward to the next ones. And I just want to encourage our board members, as you think about these things, get your questions ahead of time, because we do so much amazing stuff, and they'll come up with 5 things to tell you at the dais, but we're really doing 15. And so let's get a chance to show off. It's a highlight part, and it really is, so everybody knows there's a diversity of things available.
Thank you. Mr. Yang, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to add that in this process of being one of the person that provides solution as a board member, I encourage everyone, including my board member, to visit departments so that you could talk to the representative in those departments, so you have a better understanding of what they go through. I have done that many, many times in a different department, and I'm very proud of the fact that I did that, because that gives me a better understanding of what can I do to add into this resolution journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Thank you for the presentation, and I appreciated the time yesterday that you gave us in the deeper dive. I want to thank Ms. Ballerini for picking up on the classified piece. That's one that I keep hammering. They're part of the team, and they need the tools to be able to be a part of that. Being at a school site, I was lucky to see this work in action and to see the kids grow under that first tier of learning how to be self-aware, self-regulation, responsible decision-making, and working on relationships. It's amazing to watch, and I would recommend any of our board members to go out and talk to some of our kids. They're learning tools that we as adults never learned until we got older. Listening to second graders hash out a problem and come up with a resolution is just amazing to watch. You did say that the supplemental concentration funds were designed to support the MTSS plan at the school sites. What oversight is there to ensure that those monies are being used to support the MTSS? Because also working at we know we got to pull monies from all different places for different things. Mm-hmm. Do we watch?
Yeah, and if I could clarify, it's really the site LCAP process identifies school need, but because the framework encompasses our learning vision and mission, they are identifying elements that need specific support at that site because of the particular demographic they serve or the students that they're serving. So that now in terms of oversight, Mr. Cerruti and his department lead that LCAP process. I can allow Mr. Cerruti to speak specifically, but each site submits their plan and each site plan is reviewed. And that's an extremely, I don't want to speak for Mr. Cerruti, but informative, because that's where we at the district see trends in need. And that informs, from a systematic perspective, what we may need to support centrally. If we see most of the schools are looking at this, it's very, very informative. But at the same time, it allows for that autonomy, which I think is how the LCAP was designed to address local need. But each site develops their own LCAP plan and submits that to us. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, David, and I appreciate the question. Our LCAP, as folks know, is set up so every action that's identified in our LCAP. There are some that have a Y and some that have an N, and I won't turn this into an LCAP. Been doing it for so long, if I hear the word LCAP, I'm like a dog that chases a car down the street. But the Y means that it's contributing, so we consider that it's principally directed toward the unduplicated student subgroups. And but that isn't the only thing that we include in the LCAP, or else people may look at that and say, so is this all you do? So we have some that have an N, meaning no, it's not principally directed toward those unduplicated subgroups. So our LCAP itself is set up and aligned to our 4 strategic goals. So in that sense, everything that we're doing comes back, and those strategic goals line up directly with MTSS. Your question regarding our schools, we do push money out to our schools. And it's done formulaically based on the percentage of kids that unduplicated students that they have in their schools. And we do track all of that. And so in a site, we refer to a site LCAP. It's really, it's a single school plan, state, according to the state. But we've designed it to align to our LCAP. And so we have oversight at the site level. Our administrators are writing those goals using those monies and then tracking whether or not progress is being made. But so do our directors of elementary and secondary education, so do our program directors. All of those folks are reviewing those goals, and research and evaluation is heavily involved in that. And so that's specifically what you're referring to, Ms. Davis, that specific action that's identified, one for elementary and one for secondary, is referring to those monies that we do give, and it's discretionary, meaning they can use it in the way that they feel is best, but it has to be principally directed toward those student subgroups. And then we're looking at the outcome of those actions every single year and determining whether they should be continued and expanded, or actually discontinued if they aren't showing the progress that was designed to do.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring that out so that people understood the level of data that is being used in these cases. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Always appreciate getting the constant refresher every year about the work that we do. I think it's incredibly important. I also wanted to say I appreciate the emphasis on how MTSS supports our central mission, supports student learning. I think I've been harping on that for a year. I think talking about how all these things are interconnected and how they support each other is incredibly important since we are an educational institution. So I appreciate it. I have no questions beyond that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate the support.
All right. Next up, let's talk 2024-25 LCAP needs analysis results and budget priorities. Mr. Cerruti. Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. We'll be right back. All right, folks, let's start moving back towards our seats so we can get started again. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. Mr. Cerruti, to you.
Well, thank you, President Vargas, and officially good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. Appreciate being able to pair these two presentations up. Lots of crossover between the work with MTSS and the results and what we'll be talking about here. So this presentation, if you notice, it's two things. And this is in many ways similar to what we did, and I realize some board members were not here at the time, but there's portions of this presentation that are directly aligned to what we did last December. Because about this time every year, I'm joined by Jeremy and Caitlin, my friends and colleagues from the Department of Research and Evaluation, and this is where we share our prospective survey results. In just a minute or two, I'm going to turn it over to Caitlin, and then Jeremy will take over. Because what we're doing is we're going to provide the results of the prospective survey, and then what we'll be doing is we'll be talking about information related to the board priorities, because we're looking at alignment between those budget priority positions and the needs that have been identified by our educational partners. Just as a reminder, the work that was done, I appreciate the comment earlier acknowledging the first question of the survey. That survey we've been working on for many years now, and it came into play with respect to the LCAP, which began in 2014, and it was soon after that that we began to work on the survey itself. And I use these numbers because the first time we administered the survey, Jeremy may be able to go back and dig up the number, but it was less than 2,000 respondents that we had the first time we did it. And you'll see the numbers because it's tens of thousands that we receive now. But the construction of this hasn't changed so distinctly that we can't compare results from one year to the next, but it has continued to evolve. And we've identified 34 priority areas, and you'll see those in just a second. And those emerged based on the feedback. It was professional perspective, but it was also the feedback that we received from our educational partners. And where we really focus heavily are those areas where our respondents have said, we feel this is really important, but we're dissatisfied or we're very dissatisfied. We zero in heavily, and you'll see that in just a little bit. But this is the basic structure. It aligns to our strategic goals. And we note that it's updated annually. Priority areas originally developed in collaboration with West Ed. So that's part of how we constructed this. And then it's updated annually as it indicates if we have low-rated areas or we add emerging concerns. So that's how we do this. We take the feedback that we are receiving to tweak and continue to adapt the instrument itself. I'm not going to read through all of these, but this is where you can see priority areas for academic success. And you will see some of these when you see some of the top priorities that have been identified by either our students, staff, or our parents. These are the priority areas for safety and wellness. Or family involvement. It aligns with strategic goal 3. So, just want to make a couple of comments, and then I'm going to turn this over to Caitlin. One of the things we've been focusing on, because you'll see the numbers, is improving our ability to capture the parent perspective. You'll see the numbers, they're fairly significant in terms of parent participation with the survey itself. We view our staff and our students as captive audiences, so the expectation was 100% of our kids and 100% of our staff. And with parents, the expectation for our schools, because that's really where the source of this comes from, is we wanted our schools, each school, to increase the number of parents at each school. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over and let Caitlin walk you through some of the data. Before I do, I want to note, and she'll reference this, a change that we did make is this last year was the first year that we went 5 through 12th grades. Prior to that, it was 3 through 12. And after analyzing for a number of years the questions and determining whether or not they were developmentally appropriate and getting feedback from classroom teachers, we adapted this to grades 5 through 12. And you'll see that you would think that the numbers would decline, and actually our numbers are very similar to what we had in the past, so it indicates that we actually have increased the numbers of our 5th through 12th graders, or 5th through 12th grade participation in that survey. With that, Caitlin.
Hey, good morning. And just to recap a little bit here, so this chart shows the number of responses we've received for the LCAP Needs Survey for the past 8 years. For 2024-25, we received 43,409 survey responses, reflecting a 9.9% decrease from the prior year. This decline, as Mr. Suri mentioned, is due to fewer student responses, as the Student Perspective Survey is now administered beginning in grade 5 rather than grade 3. In 2023-24, the district contracted with the Institute for Social Research at Sacramento State to conduct cognitive interviews with 3rd and 4th grade students regarding our survey questions. Their findings, consistent with research and evaluation's prior work, showed that these younger students had difficulty understanding the items, making the instrument invalid for those grade levels. In addition, concerns had been raised previously within the district about the reliability of survey data from lower grade levels. Based on this evidence, the district made the decision to discontinue administration of the Student Perspective Survey in grades 3 and 4, beginning in 2024-25. If we had continued surveying 3rd and 4th graders and their response rates had matched those from prior years, we would have received about 8,500 additional responses in 2024-25, bringing the total to nearly 52,000. Parent responses increased by 20.6% and staff responses by 5.3% from the previous year, reflecting the focused efforts of district leaders to encourage participation. This past year, 75% of students in grades 5 through 12 submitted a response. Among parents, we received responses from 27% of the households in the district, and for staff, we showed a 73% response rate. Across all groups, response rates were highest in elementary and lowest at high schools. As we look at the variation in response rates by ethnicity, we see that student response rates ranged from 65% for American Indian students to 81% for Asian students. Among parents, response rates ranged from 13% for parents of Hispanic students to 66% for parents of American Indian students. Staff participation ranged from 17% for white staff to 70% for Filipino staff. I should mention that we are unable to report staff response rates for the 2 or more category because of how the district collects employee demographic data during the hiring process. Staff who decline to report their ethnicity and those identifying with 2 or more ethnicities are grouped into a single category. Among programmatic groups, participation was lower for foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, and students with disabilities compared with all students generally. For parents of students in programmatic groups, participation was much lower than all parents generally, except for parents of foster youth. We received 168 survey responses from parents and guardians who self-identified as having a foster youth, compared to 100 households identified in district records. This overcount likely reflects multiple responses from the same household or differences between self-identified data and district records. We are unable to report out participation for parents of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, as we don't ask parents on the survey about their socioeconomic status. And finally, we look at survey participation by region. Among the comprehensive regions, student participation ranged from 69% in the Elk Grove and Laguna Creek regions to 84% in the Florin and Monterey Trail regions. Among parents, participation was lowest in the Florin region at 17% and highest in the Pleasant Grove region at 34%. And among school staff, participation ranged from 83% in the Monterey Trail region to 101% in the Elk Grove region. Staff surveys are anonymous, and theoretically, staff can submit more than one response, and that is how we reached over 100% in the Elk Grove region. And now on to the actual survey results. This table shows the top 15 priority areas for students in terms of importance. When we look at the ranks of the top 15 priorities for students in 2024-25 and compare them to the ranks in 2023-24, we see there is consistency over time. All of the top 15 priorities in 2024-25 were also within the top 15 in the previous year, either with no change in rank or a slight shift. This table only displays 2 years of data, but the trends and ranks have been consistent across multiple years. And on this table, instead of showing the rank by importance, we show the percentage of students who rated these priority areas as very important or most important. This scatter plot shows the relative importance and satisfaction for each priority area among students. Just to orient briefly to this chart, each dot represents a priority area. Horizontally or on the x-axis, importance increases from left to right. So things on the right-hand side of the graph were more important to students than things on the left-hand side. Satisfaction is shown vertically or on the y-axis. Students expressed higher satisfaction for things on the top than for things on the bottom. The idea is that we place each priority area here according to its importance and satisfaction ratings in order to get a broad picture of what we're doing well and what is a priority for improvement. We've divided these priorities into 4 regions, separated by the dashed light blue lines placed at 75% to denote areas of high and low importance and high and low satisfaction. The logic behind using 75% as the threshold for high importance and satisfaction is that it constitutes 3 out of 4 people who consider a priority area to be important and 3 out of 4 people who are satisfied with current service. Students were highly satisfied with the current level of service provided in 23 out of the 25 priority areas we asked them about. On the bottom right, the orange region indicates high importance and low satisfaction, which would be areas critical for improvement. In this region, we see cleaner, updated bathrooms, Open-ended responses indicated that students would like bathrooms that are restocked and cleaned more frequently during the day, and that vaping be reduced while ensuring all restrooms remain open and accessible. We also see nutritious, high-quality meals here. Open-ended responses indicated that students would like a greater variety of options that are both nutritious and tasty. We do want to point out here that although we have 2 priority areas that could be improved for students, the satisfaction for both areas was still greater than 50%. 56% of students were satisfied with the bathrooms, and 67% were satisfied with the food. We intentionally set the bar fairly high for ourselves in using the 75% threshold to denote high satisfaction. Moving on to results for parents. Like students, a safe school and good teachers were the top priorities. And like students again, when we compare the ranks across 2 years, we see that there is consistency over time. 14 of the top 15 priorities in 2024-25 were also within the top 15 in the prior year. The one priority area from 2023-24 that fell off the list was frequent gradebook updates. And here we show the percentage of parents who rated these priority areas as very important or most important. Now looking at importance and satisfaction for priority among parents, parents were highly satisfied with the current level of service provided in 23 out of the 27 priority areas we asked them about. On the bottom right area for the most important priorities with low satisfaction, we see bathrooms and food, which was the same as for students, and then also traffic control. Comments indicated that parents would like more traffic management by school staff to help improve safety and traffic flow. And again, we would like to highlight that parent satisfaction for all 3 of these areas was still above 70%. And finally, moving on to staff feedback. Like students and parents, good teachers and a safe school were the most important for staff as well. And like students and parents again, when we compare the ranks across 2 years, we see there is consistency in that all of the top 15 priorities in 2024-25 were also within the top 15 in the previous year. And here we have the percentage of staff who rated these priority areas as very important or most important. Staff were highly satisfied with the current level of service provided in 19 of the 28 priority areas we asked them about. There were 3 high importance, low satisfaction priority areas for staff. One was small class sizes. In the comments, staff suggested hiring more teachers to reduce class sizes. Another was clean, well-maintained, inviting schools. Comments mentioned ants, cockroaches, trash on the ground, and generally needing more custodial staff. And lastly, collaboration and planning time for teachers. Staff indicated needing more time to meet. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. And again, I referenced this. I'll be very brief and turn it right back over to Jeremy. But our budget priorities for the board and those that may be watching or view this later, budget priorities. That's not something that's new to Elk Grove. It's been for more than a decade in terms of what we see as budget priorities, and then when we have a dollar to spend, how are we spending that money, and what are we spending it on, and why? And so that's what we've been doing, and we have been working with. You'll be getting information in just shortly from Jeremy, but we have been. The budget priority process this year is unlike anything that we've experienced previously, because I can't recall a time, if ever, we had an infusion of hundreds of millions of dollars into an educational system following a pandemic. And so that's what we're addressing. We won't be addressing that specifically here, but what this is doing is this is providing you further information about that will be thinking alignment between what Caitlin just said and these budget priority positions that we have. And the other thing that we'll be doing is we're meeting with the LCAP collaborative group on Thursday. The LCAP collaborative group, that's 2 to 4 representatives from each of our labor groups and cabinet, and we've been working with that group for years in terms of both the development of the LCAP and the budget priority process. So the board is very familiar with this. I just came up and wanted to make that statement for folks that may be viewing this later on in terms of how do budget priorities align to the perspective survey. That perspective survey isn't the only source of information that we use when we're making decisions, but it is a major data source that we use when we are making decisions. And ultimately, what we want to do, and that's in November, is bring the cabinet's recommendation to the board in terms of what we should do moving forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy. Jeremy reminded me I have 1 or 2 more slides remaining, and I don't want to do that. And these are very, very important. This is what we put out, and thank you, Jeremy. These 5 priority foundations have been in place. Superintendent Hoffman established these with the LCAP collaborative group and cabinet. And so maintaining fiscal solvency, and they are in order of operation. Maintaining fiscal solvency, maintain and evaluate what we built over the past years. We want to remain competitive, and we want to build upon what we've already started. And after all of those, if we had money to spend, after we had all those considerations, we'd contemplate new programs and initiatives. The budget priorities themselves, I won't go through these item by item, but they're all listed on the next couple of slides, so I'll just pause for just a moment. And the board has seen all of these previously. And as folks are looking over these, I just want to also call out, there's a strong partnership, there always is among all cabinet members, but in particular with Dr. Coates and Amari, because there's 2 elements, actually several elements to this, right? There's the positions themselves, there's the inputs, outputs, and outcomes of what those positions are doing. There's the money that's associated with it, and then there's monitoring the FTE as well. And so they're integral partners in this work, and I appreciate that very much. Here are the remaining budget priority positions. And this is true as of late last week, that dollar amount and that FTE. And the difference between that 235.442 and the original is about 140 positions. So there are about 140 positions that are no longer here. I don't want to freak anyone out like we just eliminated positions. That's not what we did. There were some positions that we couldn't secure. We couldn't get people into those positions. And people may ask why, and it's because people knew that these were on soft money. And so it can be challenging. So for example, we were, ideally, we would have an elementary counselor in every one of our schools, and we were unable to do that. So we shifted our model to a 1 to 2 school model. So that's just an example of that. And if we had positions where people left the position, we didn't backfill those positions, and we rarely do on one-time funded positions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy. This is still mine. Chris is talking about the budget priorities. These are the goods and services that are associated with those people. So these 2 slides, these are the people. And there are goods and services that are associated with this. It's approximately $10 million a year. And these are also under consideration. The history of what we've done, so this shows the activities we've done, the groups we've met with, and this leads up to November 4th. Okay? I guarantee this is Jeremy.
Thank you, Mark. So as you saw on the process history slide, we've tried to be thoughtful in developing a process for soliciting input from various educational partners that efficiently utilize participant time, solicited data that's meaningful to the process, and was responsive to participant needs. We started this journey in winter 2024 with two groups that were uniquely positioned in terms of their exposure to all the work that these positions have been involved in, either due to their positions of leadership within our schools or via their leadership in the district's LCAP collaborative. These were our school principals and our labor leaders. We piloted a two-stage rating and ranking process with the primary goal of soliciting their feedback on the process and how we could improve it so that they felt empowered to provide the most meaningful data related to priority among these positions. Building on our learnings from the pilot ranking process, we developed a cluster ranking process with our principals and labor group leaders to solicit their input on how to prioritize these positions and services for future funding. Through that process, we asked our principals to rate each of the priorities that pertain to their segment of schools as a 1, 2, or 3, with 1 as the highest priority and 3 as the lowest. We asked them to use an equal number of 1s, 2s, and 3s within each section to ensure that we'd be able to discern higher priorities from lower priorities. This table shows the average cluster ratings of the various positions and services that are housed at our elementary and secondary schools. Green cluster ratings indicate higher priority, and yellow cluster rankings indicate lower priority. And on this table, you can see the average cluster ratings of the various centralized positions and services that support our programs and schools. In addition to the valuable perspectives of our school and labor leaders, there's been a desire to get a sense of how these various positions have impacted student outcomes. For a great many reasons, it was not feasible to conduct impact evaluations, true outcome evaluations on all of these individual positions that would be useful for high-stakes purposes like determination of future funding. So while we can't easily draw a through line from individual positions or people to student outcomes, we do know what these positions do and how they support various programs through their outputs. When we think about the school-level factors that influence student outcomes, we generally think of them as a component of an educational program. And when I say an educational program, I don't necessarily mean a branded initiative or project, but rather the key facets or aspects of the educational program that schools deliver: teaching and learning, establishing and maintaining emotional and physical safety, seeding motivation and engagement, and incentivizing positive behavior. For instance, we know that both elementary campus supervisors and elementary vice principals both contribute to implementation of the PBIS program through their work at their schools. And we can do an impact evaluation for a program like PBIS because we have the counterfactual leverage to do so. We can deconstruct how the program is implemented into various measurable outputs, and then we can do the measurement work to tease apart variation in quantity and quality of those outputs at schools. And then we look at how the continuum of implementation in our schools is associated with variation in student outcomes. And in fact, external research shows, and our local impact evaluations have validated, that well-implemented school-wide PBIS programs are associated with lower suspension rates and better school climate. However, these programs are never the sole responsibility of a single person or position. Once again, using the example of PBIS, that program has many well-defined aspects of implementation, and all of them involve multiple people, varying positions working together to make sure the program is working. Implementation of program is always a school-wide team sport. For PBIS, teachers can teach positive behavior expectations, but if the entire staff isn't also modeling and reinforcing those positive behaviors, our students will sense that adults don't practice what they preach. We also know that outcomes are never the product of a single program. Sure, PBIS is associated with lower suspension rates, but so is the instructional framework. Use of the 6 instructional principles improves student learning, and when kids feel successful in their learning, they experience self-efficacy, which leads to fewer disruptive behaviors and thus fewer suspensions. In summation, our approach towards assessing impact of these positions is assessing the counterfactual of the outputs. We know what these positions do and what they support. We know what would happen if these positions went away. Our schools would not receive the outputs that they're currently providing, which may negatively impact various educational programs. We believe there's better value in centering decisions on future program impact via anticipated outputs rather than focusing on the tenuous theoretical impact of these positions on outcomes in the past. So what we've been working towards is compiling a comprehensive data set for each position that sums up as much of the relevant information as possible to help inform your decision. For each position, we've created a pair of slides, which will be distributed to the board in an upcoming board communication that outlines all of the information that we've collected. We have included an example slide here to walk through how to read these generally. On the front of these slides, we detail the total number of full-time equivalent, or FTE, which roughly correspond to the number of full-time employees in each position, the total cost for that FTE in terms of total compensation, the types of schools to which they correspond, and their alignment with our district's strategic goals. Additionally, we report the cluster ranking data that we solicited from our principals in the LCAP collaborative, which is highlighted in red in the upper right-hand corner. The way to read these cluster rankings is that 1 is considered the highest rank, and 3 would be the lowest. While we only asked our principals and labor leaders to rank these positions, we did want to include the perspectives of all of our educational partners as they relate to these positions as well. To that end, program leaders have identified the relevant LCAP needs areas that are most supported by the position, which are bolded, indicated by the green arrows on the left-hand side of the slide. To the right of each of these bolded LCAP needs areas, we include the percentages of students, parents, and staff who indicated the area as most or very important on the most recent perspective survey, one example of which is highlighted in yellow. On the page that follows, for each position, on the left-hand side, we delineate the types of work that these positions are engaged in and how they support our students and schools, which we refer to as outputs. On the right-hand side of the slide, we include supporting data, which attempt to capture the magnitude or volume of service that are provided aligned to the various outputs described on the left-hand side of the slide. Taken together, this set of slides tells the story of the resources expended, how they align with the broader context of the district's work, how our educational partners have experienced them over the last 4 years, and describes what they do and how much they've done. And with that, I will turn the microphone back over to Mark to talk about the next steps in the process.
Thank you very much, Caitlin and Jeremy. And just to wrap up, I mentioned this previously. November 4 is the target date where we will bring a recommendation to the board for consideration. It's wrapped up into all the work we're doing, and this is exactly why we wanted to compare or combine our perspective survey information with the budget priority work, because it's directly supporting decision making. And our job is to bring you a recommendation that you feel good about, and that's supported by a process. You will be receiving this Friday these slides right here. The example of campus supervisors, there's currently 29 different positions, different from FTE, right? But 29 different positions. So you will be getting this information for each of those budget priority positions, and that'll be coming out on Friday. And with that, we're happy to respond to any questions or take any comments you have.
Thank you very much. Ms. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yeah, President Vargas, we do have a few blue cards on this item. Calling on Diane Crabell. Campbell, okay. Didn't see, is it C-A-U-E?
Oh, no, then a different Diane. C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L.
What is it?
C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L.
AMPBELL.
Okay, yeah, that
Area
M looked
codes.
good you to me, so, okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Diane Campbell. I'm the president of AFSCME Local 258, one of the bargaining units here. Once again, I am advocating for those AFSCME positions. Up there, you'll see the safety and security is a concern on campuses. So that is with the elementary campus supervisors that are part of the ESSER positions that have been created, as well as the SOA2s at the elementary school campus as we continue to grow bigger and have a higher student population. I think the extra support staff in the office has also been beneficial. So I want to advocate for those positions. I think they're worthwhile, they're useful. You're seeing it in the surveys. Also that you want a clean campus. That is a priority of the students as well as the parents. And once again, I would like to be forward thinking. I know that LCAP has really been focused on our ESSER funds for the past few years once we got that block of money. However, we are the 4th largest district. We have four campuses in the next 6-ish years. We need to maintain what we have built, which is one of the budget priorities. I understand we're talking probably more about maintaining the programs that we've developed over the ESSER funds, but we need to maintain what we have already built as a school district, which are these wonderful campuses for our students. We need to make sure they are clean, they are safe. If you look at the facilities master plan, it also talks about wanting safe campuses, more trees for shade, but yet we need the sidewalks clean because there's branches and sap that drips down onto the campuses. So I'm advocating for support staff, more custodial. The custodians usually are appointed when we build these new schools, but again, we are not increasing the number of maintenance and operation workers. We have 3 locksmiths for the entire district, and they do everything in-house. We have, I think, 8 HVAC people. Only 6 of them are during the daytime, and once again, we want our classrooms safe and proper climate for our students and our teachers. And we only have 6 people to do 63 sites within the campus and going to be up to 66 sites. We need the infrastructure. We have 16 payroll personnel for almost over 6,000 employees. We need the infrastructure. We need computer programs, to help get off of paper and get into digital formats. So you hear me every time at the school board meetings. I appreciate it, but I would like to be forward thinking. I know LCAP, we're focused on one part of the money, but we need to be moving forward because we are going to have these positions coming up as well that we're going to need to provide safe, secure campuses. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next is Robert Brewer, followed by Chena Moslin. Sure. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Chena Moslin. I'm a pre-K-12 instructional coach in the Educational Equity Department. First time on the microphone, and I stand before you today to urge you to make the Educational Equity Department a board priority. Our department was built on hope. 7 years ago, our community spoke at a town hall after a painful racist incident at one of our high schools. They demanded mandatory diversity training, restorative practices, more educators of color, and dedicated support for our most vulnerable students. Since then, I have seen Ed Equity evolve in a way that gave me real hope as someone who has spent almost 40 years of my life as a student and employee of this district. My colleagues and I have been on the ground, at sites, planting and cultivating these seeds of change through student programs, educator coaching, and on-site collaboration. The past 3 years, our department has been the epicenter of the district-wide implementation of restorative practices. And my region, the region I support, was the pilot for restorative practices. So we finished the workshops in the first year, while everybody is now in workshop 4. As the coach for the pilot region, I've been working in classrooms in every content from special education to electives, from kinder through high school. I've been able to see firsthand how essential it'll be to continue supporting sites after the training modules are completed. I've done demo lessons, I've modeled circles for students and adults. I've collaborated with site admin to develop systemic changes to sustain Tier 1 RP at the site level. And what I have found is that slow, deliberate, and supported change is starting to root. For me personally, I want nothing more than for every student to believe that they can be free to be exactly who they are, that they belong and their voice matters. And I know that my colleagues, they believe it too. And to be honest with you, we are too valuable to let go of in uncertain times. We are trained in Arbinger, EPIC, Compassionate Dialogue, RIR, Transformative SEL, and Restorative Practices. Of the 8 remaining instructional coaches, we are highly trained teachers with over 100 years of combined classroom and site experience, and 3 of us were EGUSD Teachers of the Year. Let us honor the community's call and continue to invest in lasting changes for our community. Let us build on this progress, not abandon it. Please prioritize the Educational Equity Department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, Robert Moore, followed by Rosa Rirella.
Hello again. I think it's important to say that I left my dream job as a teacher to become an equity coach because I wanted to make a real impact and a real change for our most marginalized students. And I wanted to highlight some of the ways that the equity department has made real change, or what we believe is real change. And the equity department that I'm speaking of is 8 coaches, 4 program educators, and 3.5 program specialists. So we've done 4 restorative practice workshops for every school in the district, and over 2,400 people have responded to our surveys. And on a 1 to 5 for this was a good use of my time, for hostages, mind you, people that have to be there and don't have a choice, on a Friday afternoon where they would rather be teaching students than be in some horrible meeting, we got a 4 out of 5 average on 2,000 plus responses, right? This is landing, and because we have amazing people doing the work. Here are some of the other things we're providing. We've done grading for equity workshops at some more schools than we can name. We have timely workshops, including the Royal Chicano Air Force PD that's currently being offered, a Dia de los Muertos PD that's incredible, a Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day PD that if you haven't seen, you should go. We have one on disrupting dehumanization in education, right? Affirming the humanization of boys and young men of color. We have developing behavior through a cultural lens, which we've actually delivered to paraprofessionals at various schools, right? We have confronting your own bias and privilege. We have the problem with punishment, right, which directly addresses the school to prison pipeline, and discretionary spaces, the consequences of responding in the moment, both of which are going to be delivered to all of our REACH candidates, right? We did an interpersonal RIR practice for every single person in the district, affective communication for HR, among other spaces, right? And we did our CASEL, our person who does the student equity councils is currently working with the CASEL organization to do youth participatory action research for an entire school. This is incredible work. But I want to remind you that every tool is only as good as the user. There is no such thing as a user-proof tool. And we can't have culturally responsive practices without culturally responsive practitioners. And that's been our district's problem. We have done a lot of things in a colorblind way, and we haven't taken seriously the need to actually create the cultural responsiveness in every single person that touches our students. And the equity coaches and the program educators and our program specialists have become trusted members of our communities, and we're trying to truly create the culturally responsive practitioners that are actually going to help RP land, MTS land. All of the classroom inclusive practices that we're talking about will only work if the people mean it and are trained to do it and actually act on educational justice. Otherwise, it just won't land. And I think we have a department of dedicated humans that are working incredibly hard to make this land, true believers that actually think that all of our kids deserve the best. And I think that we're a worthy priority. We're round off error. You know what I mean? Like, we're worth the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, last blue card in this item, Rosa Rirella. Come on up.
Hello, good morning. I am the program educator for the Student Equity Council. I have a wonderful opportunity. And good morning, members of the board. I am pleased to share the important work our student equity program is doing. Tremendously opportunity it provides our students. This program is centered to ensure that all students, regardless of background or circumstances, have equitable access to leadership, representation, and a voice with our school community. Through participation, students engage in meaningful dialogue. They develop leadership and advocacy skills. They also activate, contribute to building an inclusive and supportive school culture. And the program not only addresses issues, it really is an equitable and a way to prepare our students to be thoughtful leaders that value collaboration, empathy, and civic responsibility. The equity program reflects our district's commitment to foster a sense of belonging for every student. And we are proud to provide this opportunity, and I am so proud to be that face for these students and to help them advocate for themselves and be proud for themselves and provide the opportunity to be part of an ongoing effort to support both academically the success and their personal growth as an individual. I want to thank you for your continued support and hope that you continue supporting us and initiate the uplifting and empowering program that student equity is for our students.
Thank you. That ends our blue card on this item, Board President.
Thank you very much. We'll move to board questions. We'll start on the other end this time. Ms. Davis.
Thank you for the presentation. On slide 8, the grade increase for staff participation, that was great to see that more. I imagine that's that they're seeing and trusting the process more and seeing results. On the parents part of that slide, though, is this all parents or is this just 5 through 12 parents?
It's okay, I'm just confirming. Yeah, it is. Thank you. It is all.
All parents, okay. And then on slide 12, are we working on improving the parent participation in the flooring area?
We'll continue to do that. Really, our point people, I'm not putting all, compliment or blame on our site administrators. They work very hard at this, but Ms. Avey and Mr. Schweitzer do a really good job early on when this comes out. So early in the spring, they're meeting with their principals who have higher rates than others are sharing best practices and things like that. So the way that we set it up, as I mentioned earlier, our expectation is we should be able to get 100% of our kids, 5th through 12th grade. We should be able to get 100% of our staff. And then what we're trying to do with our parents is whatever your number was, if you had 2,000 parents, get more the following year.
Okay.
And we're always open to suggestions because we try, as we indicated, we partner closely with Lisa in the FACE department in terms of what strategies can we use and how can we make it easy on parents to be able to provide us their perspectives.
Okay, thank you. On slide 15, when they were talking, bathrooms came up on everybody's. Is there any way to get more feedback on that concerning what the actual concern is? Because working at a school site and being the wife of a custodian, I know bathrooms are cleaned hourly, they're stocked hourly, they have to document that it's being done. I don't know how much more cleaning and stocking could be done, so it'd be interesting to find out what the actual concern is there.
Well, and we've got various student groups that we have at our schools. And so the idea of not just getting feedback from the kids of how can we make it, in addition to what specifically is having them, if they have a concern, what is it? But then the other thing is what might solutions be? Our kids have valuable feedback in terms of the conditions that they're in and what may be causing those conditions, good, bad, or indifferent.
Okay. Yeah, it was just surprising. It was the staff also, and
It's a great suggestion, and we're always trying to take another step to find out a bit more information.
One example on that, I know we're doing a lot of work with regards to the restrooms, but dividers between urinals. Kind of a simple concept, but it is something that actually came through our student board member a couple of years back. And as I'm going to school sites, they're starting to show up. And so there's things where we continue to listen to perspectives, and as Mark spoke to, ideas that would make things better. And that's a simple one. And the adult piece is they're just going to get knocked over. They're just going to get vandalized. So it's always been the reason you don't do it. But you know what? They're there, and they're sturdier than they used to be. And I haven't seen any that have been vandalized in my experience. So it was just one example of ways we're trying to make things better.
Okay, thank you, because just bathrooms in general is just such an open question there. On slide 28, could you tell me the difference between an AIT TK6 and an elementary AIT? Because you had one at the top of the slide and you had one at the bottom.
The academic intervention teachers, in general, they're supporting predominantly the literacy needs of the kids. And so that's what's taking place at our elementary schools, and similarly at our secondary level. When we have kids that are showing gaps in their learning, that's what they're there to do. And they're there to do a couple of things. One is they can be working directly with students, and they can also be working directly with staff in terms of providing some ideas about what they can be doing in their classroom. But the academic intervention teachers, particularly at the elementary level, I want to be careful the term I use, but it's fairly prescriptive, meaning certainly it doesn't take the creativity that a teacher could bring to the learning experience, but it's very formulaic in the approach that we're taking. And the other thing that we're trying to be very careful about is if we're removing students from first instruction from the classroom that they are in for their reading or mathematics, for example, and then they're working with any intervention, the success will not be as great as if it's coupled with the regular classroom instruction, and then they're provided the alternative.
And so, and Susan, specific to the question on 28, the one that's at the top is our intervention teachers that are at our regular sites and the work that they're doing. The one that's ranked lower is a position specific to foster youth, and that's what you see in the parentheses.
Okay.
So the site folks probably don't see the foster youth person as often as they see their academic intervention teacher on a daily basis. So from a priority of those two things, it's probably how that happened.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. So thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Aliani?
Well, we all knew this day was coming. So first I'm going to start with the surveys. I've sat on the board since as far back as these survey samples go. And so we're killing it. Like, we are headed in the right direction. Thank you for all the hard work. I feel like people now understand. Hopefully they see at board meetings, we see what their answers are. They trust that we're listening to them. So I think you made that point. I think it's a trust that's built up through the process that says it's worth my time to fill out, because they do look at it. So thank you to everyone who's filling them out, and please continue to do so. And congratulations to staff. It's great, the growth that's happening there. Budget priorities have never been easy, and we ended up with this once-in-a-lifetime amount of money to do everything we've ever wanted. It was really amazing how many things we were able to try and do. I can recall having a presentation about what they wanted to do for summer and going home and thinking, oh my gosh, that would be amazing. We're never going to be able to afford it. Well, a pandemic hit, and the next summer we did that camp, and my girls worked that camp as high school students. They went to that camp and worked it and saw the joy in children and the way we've changed what summer school looks like and becomes summer camp and becomes a positive experience. So it's very hard to think we're finally at this point where the money's running out. But I appreciate all the work that's been done to give us good information to make these decisions on. And I just encourage everyone to be very thoughtful about the whole picture of what is the best for some of our students. Need more things. It's just a very difficult process, and any ability you've done to be able to put a numerical number on that or a ranking on that, and for our partners in education to help us make those decisions because they are the people at the front line. I just appreciate the time that's going into this and the incredibly thoughtful and thorough process we're going to partake in this. And it's not easy, and it's not taken lightly by any means. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Good morning, Steele.
Good morning, sir.
Just want to say thank you to all the presenters. I just want to say great job on the presentation. I love the data that show us number of students and staff and parents and folks that actually took the survey. I thought that's well done and very transparent. Great job on that. It definitely could be challenging to get more participations on these sort of things. But yeah, Ms. Abiani mentioned it's a progress that we have seen over the years. I've been here 5 years, and she has been here longer than I have. And yeah, so I'm very pleased with this as you presented. So with that said, I also think that the budget, the LCAP, it's pretty much the cornerstone of our institution, because without the budget, really we can't run this institution, right? So, but we got to go with the data for the most part, and it is true that we cannot measure a program success by the data itself. I think it's very difficult to do that 100% of the time. I do agree to that. But to a certain extent, I should say, data does play a role of it because it's what we could rely on as far as feedback from our students, parents, staff, and I'm sure a little bit from the board too, member. But even though it didn't show on this presentation, but I know we have a voice, and it does matter as well. So with that said, I just want to make a recommendation or two with all the positive things that I said. I think there's always room for improvement, and that is make sure that we provide feedback to our participants that take these surveys. I see some low numbers. The staff is one of them, that it's pretty low. So I think it's important for us to really deep dive and say, why is it low than any other groups, right? Is it because of this or that? Let's find out, right? And maybe we a lack of showing them what their survey or their opinions or their feedbacks really gives us a direction to make a correction or actually strategize to make things better. Let's give that feedback to them so that they know that their voice matters. And that kind of trickle down to the rest of the participants. Same thing, just make sure that they know that, hey, your voice matters and this is what we have done and going to do. So any type of communication, I think is very helpful. So, but I for one will definitely gonna have to make a decision with the rest of the board members to pick and choose what is going to continue and what's going to discontinue. And I know that not everyone's going to be happy, but we're going to rely heavily on feedbacks, rather it's through talking to folks or relying on these surveys. So we'll do our best. With that said, thank you, and I look forward to more to come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini?
Okay. Whew, it's a lot to go through. I have a couple notes on pages 24 and 25 as I'm looking at numbers. Let's just start at the top. Academic intervention teachers at the TK6 site. It says 42. Don't we have 43 elementary schools? So, okay, so I guess I'm trying to figure out, if we're looking at the budget realistically, shouldn't we figure that we have 43 and put the number in there? I don't know, it's just my thought. It's kind of hard, because I also see that for campus supervisors, and, you know, each person adds up. That's my thought about those. I just want to make sure that we are going to have one at those schools. Well, and next year, it looks like we'll need 44. Yay. Let's see, the next thing on here. So counselors, PPS credential at all TK6 sites. It says all TK6 sites. And then I see the number 15, and they've spoken to us before. They're obviously not at all of the school sites, and maybe part of, I'm not saying today necessarily, but I know you're going to give us the sheets with all the information on them. Is there a way to know how we choose where those counselors are? Is it Title I schools? Is it something on their LCAP that they're wishing for? Or maybe when the schools do their LCAPs, if they thought that was an important thing to have at their school site, maybe they put some money to it too? I don't know if that's something we can do.
Originally we were looking to have one counselor at every elementary site. We couldn't find the people to do that.
Yeah.
So now we have, the way it's currently set up is one for every 2 sites. So that's why you see the reduction in numbers. And if we don't have all the positions filled at any one given time, we're just showing what the actual number of FTE that currently exist. But we're not at a place, we tried to go 1%, but we tried for a year and a half, 2 years, and we just couldn't find the folks to do it. So we changed the model.
Okay, and since there are 15, if we kept 15 on, I know a lot of them are shared between 2 school sites. I'm worried about equity out there with all of the sites. And I hate to say this to them, give them more work? No. What I'm saying is there a way to divide them equitably so that maybe they have 3 sites they work within? I don't know. It just seems like I feel like if we don't have one for every site, how can we make it equitable for all the sites to have the access?
And that'll be part of the recommendation. So we're looking at what was currently put in place, and then conversations around, okay, so just, I'm not going to use counselors, but if we had 16 positions of some kind in place, and moving forward, what type of service have we been able to get done with the 16? You're going to get that information. We're also asking staff to look at, so if we had 10 instead of 16, what would that model look like? So that's all part of the conversation that we're working our way through as we bring a recommendation to the board.
So we can look at implementation as well, not just the number that's there.
Sure.
Okay, that helps. I do have a question. Curriculum specialist is on here. I know we have more than 2 curriculum specialists. Do we know what 2 subjects that these 2 relate to?
That's the visual arts and performing arts.
Oh, okay, that helps. Okay. And that's not out of the other funds, the Prop 28?
Not currently.
It's out of here. I like the word currently. That tells me something. Okay, good. All right. And the health assistants that are on here, 3.875. Do we know why they're 3.875? And is it elementary and high school, I mean, all across the board?
Yeah, I could give you where they are. We originally had, I think, 4 or 5 health assistants, but as the health assistants have either resigned or moved on from that position, we have not backfilled it. But the health assistants, we have more health assistants in the district.
Right.
We have don't ask me, but I think we have like 25 or 28 health assistant ones in our district in total. Only 3.8 of them are currently financed or funded through the Learning Block Grant. And they are usually serving kids at school sites. Some of them are at elementary, some of them are at middle, primarily at elementary, where the kid has a medical need, and that's their primary service.
Okay. And I know that special ed isn't entirely funded. We understand that. So if something were to happen and we didn't have money for these, we obviously still have to provide the services. So that means we have to cut somewhere else, correct?
That will be part of the process, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I know a lot of this is just out there. I'm just voicing it. Let me just put it that way.
Just to that point, I think it would be helpful for everybody is, as we're doing this analysis, we have people's perceptions of the value of the work, but there's also things that are required by law. And
Right.
so that's another piece, another factor that we'll be considering. So some people say, well, I would prefer us do this instead of that, but the reality is by law, we have to do this. So that will be part of the process as we bring recommendations to the board.
Okay, perfect. Again, on here, you were talking secondary academic intervention teacher, foster youth. So it says 2 of them. Are they, since it's secondary, do they cover all 9 schools? Or are there additional ones funded already from other monies?
No, what those positions, what they're doing is they're itinerant. And because of the fluidity of the foster program.
Okay, that helps. Okay. Vice principals at various TK6 schools. And it doesn't say elementary, high school. Oh yeah, it does. There we go, TK6. Is that for just the large schools? Yeah. Like over a certain 1,000 or whatever? Is that how that works?
Yeah, originally, so we've reduced that number over time just through attrition. And so those are sites where, like at Herman Leinbach, they have the funds to do matching funds to pay for half of it. And then the ESSER funds, former ESSER funds, LREBG, pay for the other half of it. So the 5 up there are actual 0.5 positions spread out at 10 different sites.
Oh, so it's actually 10. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. All right, that's all my questions about those 2. And then when I looked at it from home, I made some other notes. Slide 26, we're looking at the different, where are we? Here we go. Goods and services. One of the things that I know has come up quite a few times, student Chromebooks and connectivity. I know I was speaking with Mr. Hoffman last week, the week before, whatever, about Chromebooks specifically, about whether or not we actually need Chromebooks at all the grade levels that they're being provided for at this point in time. And I know that that's a possibility. We may not be covering, we don't cover TK right now anyway. We did K during the pandemic, and I don't believe we're covering kindergarten at this point, are we, with Chromebooks? We are? Okay, so kindergarten, first, second, and all the way up. Is that something we're looking at too as a possibility to save a little bit of money, is maybe not give Chromebooks out to every student till maybe 3rd grade or something like that?
Yeah, we have carts for our kindergarten classrooms and for our pre-K or TK classrooms, so those devices don't go home, to clarify your questions on that. But at grade level 1 through 12, we do have a one-to-one take-home program. One of the things that we need to consider that I just was reminded of last week is our instructional continuity plan, which is mandated by CDE. The instructional continuity plan requires that we have the ability to shift to distance learning. We have basically a 10-day window at maximum to shift to distance learning, which would predicate us having an inventory of devices for all of our students to be able to shift to that model. So we'd have to have them on hand, regardless of whether or not they were in the hands of students. We might be able to shift our focus in terms of putting some lower grade classroom carts in, perhaps, which would just kind of change the way we're doing things, but it wouldn't change the need for those devices based on that instructional continuity plan.
Thank you for that. I didn't know those words. Okay, perfect. And are we looking at possibly charging finally for kids that, say, misuse Chromebooks?
We are working with 2 vendors right now. We have a vendor that provides our asset management and inventory for our Chromebook devices. We also have in the district a vendor that we utilize for things like textbook damage payments and after school dances, those kinds of things, a company called MSB or My School Bucks. The company that creates the asset management tool is building an integration into their product that would allow us to potentially provide a mechanism whereby school sites could leverage charges against damaged Chromebooks. As far as implementing that program, there needs to be a lot of thought put into that, a communications plan, and a lot of decisions as to how we might bring that into production.
Okay, yeah, I've worked in libraries. I know there's a lot involved in all of that, definitely. Oh, and one thing I was telling Mr. Hoffman about too is since I'm retired, I can watch the news, et cetera, and I saw a program in Rockland where they actually have one of their CTE classes talks about repairing Chromebooks, et cetera, and by being able to do that in-house, it saves them $100,000 to $200,000 a year. And he also reminded me that we might be able to do that if it is not work that is being done by employees in the district currently, and it's not, we do outsource that work. So I understand all of those come into play, and hopefully maybe we can look at that. That would be a great thing. The kids, I know, would enjoy learning how to fix them, and, you know, gives them money as time goes on, something for them to do afterwards. So that'd be great. That's all about Chromebooks. The other one on that same page, thank you, Mr. Barber. We had Brewer earlier. Social and emotional learning recess support is part of the goods and services as well. Now, is that the people to support the recess, or is that like the prizes they get for the tickets?
It's contracted services. Ms. Avey can share that information.
It's contracted services that come into all of our school sites.
People.
They're people, yeah, not hired by the district, just through contract, but not our own employees.
Okay, kind of the way we do.
They do games at recess time. They teach the rules. They supervise. They work with kids on, you know, dealing with their frustrations with getting out or losing something. So it's a combination of social emotional learning for like self-awareness, self-responsibility.
And do we have
an assist group?
Those at all of our schools, or
we do.
A few? Okay, good to know. All right, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. This was definitely helpful to see the survey results from our various stakeholders, and I think that's really important. I would also like to see that we continue to look at how we can get more parent input, because I think that's really important. So I would love to see more participation as we continue to do those surveys. One thing that I just want to mention is that I've been advocating for restrooms for our students for many months, and I think these survey results are indicative of we need to improve our bathrooms for our students. And I tried to quickly write down as during the presentation, but am I correct to say that the issues mentioned by students were vaping, they wanted cleaner restrooms, restocked restrooms, and open restrooms? Am I correct, or did I? Okay. Yeah, and those are the issues that I have heard from our students and parents on behalf of their students. and that is certainly represented here. And so I want to make sure we're addressing that. And it was mentioned in a comment, we need to be forward thinking, and we need to make sure that we have the staff to address these issues, whether that's custodial or campus supervisors to supervise the bathrooms. If we're having the issues like vaping that were mentioned, and then, if they're not clean, if they're not open, I know many times that they're not open because of vaping or vandalism. And if we don't have the supervision, we just close the bathrooms. And, that's not acceptable. And so we need to address that. I don't know how best to address it. I know specifically we're talking about different positions right now, but clearly that needs to be addressed. And so we do need to be forward thinking with that issue, and we can't ignore it because our students deserve to have clean, open bathrooms. They deserve to have bathrooms where there's not vaping going on. And so we can't ignore that anymore. And then the safe schools were number 2 for our students, number 2 for our staff, number 1 for our parents. And also our parents mentioned that they want security staff on campus. That was number 5 for a priority. And so I think that's important to note because we look at these positions that we are discussing today, and yes, we have the campus supervisors for elementary schools, but we also have secondary schools that are lacking in safety staff. And again, that is feedback I've heard from staff, students, and parents that they want to see more safety staff on campus. They want to have more campus supervisors. Something that was brought to my attention as well is that we did get rid of a 9th SRO position. We used to have an SRO for every region, and now we only have 8. And so there are 2 regions that share an SRO, and again, we need more campus supervisors at our secondary sites, and that addresses 2 of the issues, safety and also the restrooms. So I think as we look forward and think about where our staffing needs, especially as we grow, because we are growing, we need to consider those things. Every parent wants to know that their child is safe when they drop them off at school every day. And then I did have a question about the ethnic studies specialist. Just to clarify for everyone, did we receive ethnic studies funding from the state?
No.
So that's going, if we fund that position, we will not have specific funding for that, correct?
Well, to be correct, they did fund us originally with a one-time funding source, and we're still using that funding source to train teachers and be ready to implement. So we did have some one-time funding, but the ongoing funding that was potentially in this year's budget was not there.
So if we fund that position, the funding will come from elsewhere, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for everyone, and for everyone that might listen. And I appreciate the clarification about the curriculum specialists that Ms. Ballerini asked. And I also appreciated learning about the Chromebooks that they're required by the CDE, because I was also questioning if that's a way we could cut back for our younger students, especially because some parents don't feel that that's a priority for their young students, but I understand if that is required by the CDE. And then on page 26, I just wanted to say that, our reading skills to support our children, I believe it was our kindergarten and first grade, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that I certainly think that is an important priority that we continue to support, make that a priority, and our special education the special education digital and physical curricula and assessments. I think that is really important. And then it was also mentioned, I just want to mention one more thing. The staff mentioned that they also mentioned restrooms, but they also, clean schools was a low satisfaction for our staff, and they mentioned ants and cockroaches. Again, that's another thing that I've heard, and again, we just need to consider that, yes, we have many priorities, but a clean campus and a safe campus and a campus where kids can access restrooms and those types of things are really important to the environment that our students learn in and our teachers teach in. So we need to be considerate of those things and figure, look at how we can address those needs so that our schools all are a welcoming place, because that's part of having a welcoming environment for everyone that goes to school. So
the one note there, just I appreciate the comments and I'm agreeing. It did show up in the high importance, low satisfaction grid, but more than 70% of staff were satisfied. So I just want to make sure for the public that it wasn't a 30% rating. It was relatively low, but still above 70%. So work to do, but a lot of good work being done.
yeah, I just wanted to point out though that it was one of the, if I'm correct, it was one of the lower satisfaction items for the staff. Is that correct?
It was above 70% and our threshold is 75%. So it was below the 75% threshold.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, when we're having staff telling us that there are cockroaches in their classroom and things, that's not a welcoming environment. So obviously there's a lot of things to improve, but I would like to point out that those are things that maybe we can do better and that may not necessarily be addressed in these priorities today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you for the presentation. And just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions. You kind of touched on one of them for the FTE. Can you kind of just elaborate a little bit of what is meant by like a 0.875 or a 0.567 when we're talking about full-time employees?
Yeah, so those numbers, so to make it easier, so if you're a full-time person in a position, you're 1.0. Some of these also, Ms. Avey hit on it, so it could say 6, and it actually could be 12 people who are half-time. So it simply means, and so some of those fractions that may look odd, you want to keep in mind the number of periods in a given day. And in some cases, it's not just a clean, well, why isn't it just half? So that's the number that we look at, and it's the time that they're spending in an individual school. But that's what that is. In some cases, they can be, if it's 10 FTE, it could be 10 people. But it's always important to ask the story behind it of how many people actually is that.
And to make it more complicated, Ms. Baldwin, we have multiple schedules. So if you're on a traditional schedule, a period is equal to a 0.2. But if you're in a block schedule for a 4x4, it's equal to a 0.33. So it does get complicated. So the numbers get a little bit odd sometimes depending on the schedule that the person may be working within.
Thank you. And then on slide, I think it's the slide 9, where there was the note mentioned about the research was done and it was demonstrated that it was not a good idea to be giving kids 3rd grade and below the survey because it just wasn't developmentally appropriate. Is there maybe an effort to try and engage parents of those age groups, those grade levels, to capture their perspective on the survey? And if so, it would be interesting to see how many parents of those grades are able to complete the survey so that we just have a voice there. It'd be also interesting maybe to, if we were to share that piece with the elementary schools, that your kids that are K through third, this isn't really an appropriate, survey for them to do, but if the parents do it, it really allows us to see more into that input. So I was just curious, have we considered that, or do we do something similar to that?
Well, we're always looking to increase the number of parent participation, but this is the first year we've done it this way, and your point is a good one. And so we don't want those kids necessarily their experiences to be silent. So how might we do that? And it could be done both through the classroom teacher, but also the parent. So it's a good idea.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Michael, could I just one more thing?
Yes, please.
In response to Ms. Moore's, working at a school, I just want to clarify that we don't have cockroach-infested schools. A large portion our staff created by bringing food and things into the classrooms that they are instructed not to on a regular basis, but almost every ant or pest is the result of food being brought into the classrooms and left in the classrooms. And the cockroaches are generally the outside cockroaches that everybody gets in that come up from the sewer systems. They're removed, but I don't believe we have cockroach-infested classrooms out there. And our M&O does an amazing job responding with pest control anytime we call.
Yeah, my response was just based on the survey and then feedback I've heard from individuals, but I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of quick clarifications. I think, Mr. Superintendent, you mentioned a little bit about what the recommendation is going to look like from staff, but could you give us a little bit more information about, is it going to be ranking the different things and saying, hey, this is how we would prioritize them, or is it going to be specific to each position?
Yeah, we're still working through the exact format of how it's going to, but we are working through based on the information that we've received and the work that we do on a daily basis. We're going to bring you what we see as the top priority positions. We'll probably break those down into 3 different levels and be able to give the board information along those lines. We may also be able to provide some options, with relation to, if we were to keep, 16 of these positions, this would be the cost and the services that we think we would be able to provide. If we were able to the board funded 10 positions instead of 16, we would still be able to do X, but we wouldn't be able to do Y. But our initial piece will be to bring the board what we see as the top 3 levels of positions. It's going to be challenging to be able to bring you the timing of this and matching up funding that's available. So that is going to be a challenge. Bless you. We will be able to bring examples of dollars that we know about. So Learning Recovery Block Grant, we know there's going to be some dollars left over from that we'll be able to use moving forward. Exactly what that number is, we won't know just yet. The other piece is we'll be, at the same time, we'll be doing our first interim budget report, which will do an update for the board to show impacts of enrollment, ADA, accurately identifying our unduplicated students, but those will all be estimates regarding dollars that will be available. So the first blush we're going to bring you for sure is the staff recommendation with regards to which positions we think need to be prioritized and what the cost would be associated with that. We will also show these are some funding sources that are available, and that initial conversation will be for the board to see potential funding available, recommended priority positions, and then it'll really be a conversation that will be a more open dialogue on the 4th to be able to get the board's perspectives on those 2 things. We'll listen, answer questions, participate in the conversation, and then based on that, we'll bring back a final recommendation to the board. So the November 4th will be a conversation based on everything we've done to this point, what we see as the priorities, and and what we see as really important things that we just don't see a way to fund. And so that's going to become more clear from the staff recommendation on November 4th. And so that's going to be a challenging day because while we identify what we see as the ultimate priorities, it's also going to identify what we don't see as important, even though they're all very important.
And looking at the goods and services, are you going to make suggestions around that as well, or are we assuming that some or all of these will sunset?
We'll have recommendations for them as well, because some of them, the special ed assessments are requirements. So it's again same kind of concept. Some of these things are required, some are not. I don't want to put it, but the recess piece may be something that individual sites make some decisions out with dollars that are allocated to. So there's a variety of ways, but we wanted to make sure we included the services piece as well, not just the people, because that is part of what we need to take into consideration.
Okay. And I wanted to follow up on one thing that Ms. Moore had mentioned around the ethnic studies FTEs. So we're still planning to roll out ethnic studies regardless of whether it is required by the state or not?
We are.
Okay. So will that position be required in order to do that? Or is the position here something where it's training in order to get people ready to do it so that the position itself that is contemplated here can eventually be sunsetted?
The purpose of the position was to ramp us up and get ready to do implementation. It's going to be a conversation about priorities of that position versus the VAPA positions, versus other content-specific positions that we have in place. In some cases, we have specialists that do more than one content area. And so those are all conversations we're going to have to work through. And I'm not making a decision, so nobody fall out of their chair. But could the history social science person cover ethnic studies as one of the classes taught within the social science, history social science curriculum, just like they do U.S. and world and government and econ? So does it just become another subject area within that area, or does it require more attention to that? Those are conversations we'll need to have as we kind of move forward.
Yeah, and I would anticipate there's going to be an interesting conversation around, there's a certain level of risk involved. If we were to keep that one, we might eventually get funding for it, right? And so, it could be like we get rid of the position and then we want to bring it back 2 years, but we lose that person, right? Or we keep the position, there's a little bit of risk involved for us and we have to pay for it for a little while, but we keep a good person in the position, keep them with us. So interesting. That'll be an interesting conversation. Okay. On page 28 and 29, just doing those. So do we anticipate that we're going to continue, that all of these positions are going to be part of the recommendation? All of the positions on 28 and 29 are going to be part of the recommendation? Or are there any additional positions in here that you anticipate sort of falling off the list, either because we don't need them anymore or because we find funding somewhere else, or we have identified funding somewhere else?
Well, we will identify the ones that we believe are top priority. There will be some that will be that are here that will not be on that list. So they will we won't have a recommended funding source for them. We are continuously working through opportunities to find alternative funding sources, and department leaders are also currently looking through their existing budgets. And one of the conversations is there a position on this list that is actually providing a service now that's a priority over something that I'm currently doing within my department, and I have a vacancy in X position, so I'm not going to rehire X position because I think the position here is a priority. So that same conversation is going on. So if managers within their allocated budgets reprioritize their funding to pick up one of these positions, they have the authority to do that, just like we do on a regular basis. If the department has a couple of openings, I always ask people, when you have the openings, you should ask yourself, do I need to replace that exact position again, or is there another position that would better serve us moving forward? So our managers are always in that mode, and so there will be positions. There won't be a lot of them, but there'll be a few positions along the way where the managers of those specific departments will identify funding sources for. And then we're also, we do have a couple of grants. One we've recently received, and there's always a grant line in the in the water, waiting to see if so there may be some opportunities where things that are being funded grant-wise line up with one of these positions, which would be an opportunity as well.
Yeah, and I think that would be useful information, because there are going to be edge cases as we're working through this. There's going to be some positions that we kind of universally agree we want to continue funding, and there's going to be some positions that are on the edge, right? And I think, knowing or anticipating that those might get picked up somewhere else or some other way would be useful for us in making those decisions.
I do want to just, those will be few and far between. So I just know that there's no magic grant out there that's going to pick up, dozens of positions. It's a small number, but there may be some of those around the edges.
Right, but even if it's just one or two, right, it's useful as we're making these, will probably be somewhat nuanced decisions. Okay. The other big thing was, I know this is going to shock everybody, but I'm a data nerd. And so I was looking at the survey results, and I thought, the ranking is interesting, but the trends were really interesting in some of these, for students, parents, and staff. And so I pulled out ones where I thought the trend from one year to the next was relatively meaningful. I did go back and try and get data from previous years, but the questions we asked were different, and so the data was different. But the priorities here where the trends really jumped out at me were clean and welcoming schools, classes where students felt they were welcome to ask questions, bullying, counselors, food, traffic, and security. And that's pretty consistent with what we get every day when we're talking with people, so that did not surprise me at all. But all of those showed or had a trend where the percentage of importance increased by more than 1.5%. And so I thought that was interesting in terms of sort of digging down and figuring out, okay, what are the areas that people really care about and where that attention is growing for whatever reason. And one of the ones that jumped out at me was for students, bullying was up 3%. And what really caught my attention was when I looked back at previous years, it is the one area where the importance is going up, but the satisfaction is going down. And that jumped out at me for a variety of reasons, but most of all, it's that I think that means students are trying to tell us something. And because every other area where the importance was going up, the satisfaction was going up too. And I appreciate that because it means we're responding to a need, right? There's clearly a need in the community among parents, teachers, and students that we focus on certain things, but the fact that the satisfaction with those things is going up, it means that we're doing a good job. It's just continuing to get more important to people. And so I appreciate that because it means we're meeting the needs of our community. But the bullying one was the one area where satisfaction was going down. And so I do think that's going to be something that we need to think about just in general, but also when we're making priorities. In terms of staffing, is that we should take that seriously. If we want to take it seriously, we need to put our money where our mouth is. So some of the other ones that I thought were really interesting.
Mr. Vargas, if I
yes,
could, just for a second
please.
on the bullying component. Surprised I don't have a solution, but we do take it very seriously. But I am not saying that face-to-face bullying doesn't take place in our schools. It does. But it is safe to say that the vast majority of the situations that we are dealing with are originating with an electronic device in their hand. And it's actually not taking place in our schools, but they come and meet in our schools. And so, again, not saying that we have a solution, but we do take it very, very seriously and are continuing to look at, trying to educate our kids on appropriateness both in face-to-face situations, but it's electronic devices have exacerbated bullying to a large degree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, one of the challenges we face is that we are the nexus for a lot of these things, right? It's not that students are bullying each other, being mean face to face. I mean, you look at, interactions that we have with each other, right? We are very rarely mean to each other face to face, right? But then the minute you get a screen in between people, they feel like all bets are off and they can be and say all these terrible things that they want to. Anytime there's a distance between people. So I get it, but we are still a nexus for, these students in their day-to-day lives. And so we have to address it when it does come onto campus.
Agreed.
Some of the other areas, security was a big one. It's always been high for parents, but it did tick up for both staff and students. And I thought that was meaningful because we've been having this conversation for so long. And, it's not surprising given the world we live in right now that is an anxiety that continues to be real for people. So, as we're making decisions about these positions, I think, and that's consistent with what we're seeing in the desire around these positions or the priorities around the positions, right? You see, you always see campus supervisors pretty much at the top of the list. And so that makes a lot of sense to me. There's the same thing with counselors, right? We see counselors at the top of the list in terms of principals and LCAP, collaborative, their priorities. It's also a priority for students and parents, from this data. So there's a lot, I think there's going to be, as I was saying before, I think there's going to be a tier of these positions that are just going to be clear from the feedback we're getting. And it's the harder ones are going to be, how do we figure out those sort of edge cases around like how do these things fit in with our priorities as a district? Okay. The last thing I wanted to say is one thing that I have actually really appreciated, and they, our equity folks just left. But one of the things I've really appreciated over the past couple of meetings, it's made our meetings longer. But we have been getting people coming and talking about their actual experiences. And I think that is remarkably valuable because we get the data here and we've gotten tons of the data. And I did a lot of, when I was in graduate school, I did qualitative research. And so, getting the stories and the feedback directly from people about their experiences and what they're actually doing, I think is incredibly important and valuable in what we're doing. So I would encourage my colleagues, take that, as a valuable data point in our conversations, because I think that feedback is important and it provides context to the data we're getting as well. And I think that, seeing who shows up and, the things that they're saying about their experiences, not just provides context for the data, but explains a lot of the data that we're seeing around why these things are important to people. Otherwise, I think that is it for me, but I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And one final, just mentioning it again, which is Friday, the BC is coming out, and it's 60 or so pages worth of information. And certainly questions, as you've done it previously, share those questions with our superintendent, who then routes them through us. But if you have any of those questions, by all means, we're happy to both provide responses in writing and always happy to sit down and meet with folks virtually or in person and pull a team together as needed. We want the board to feel as comfortable as possible with the information and the forthcoming decisions, despite the fact it's going to be a challenge.
We appreciate it, and even though you clearly don't want me to have a weekend, I appreciate it anyway. So thank you very much.
My apologies for the weekend interruption.
All right, next up is our consent agenda. Are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve item number 1 on the consent agenda.
Move.
Moved by Mr. Yang,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. All right. With that, we are into lunch and closed session. Before we go, we'll have a short lunch break, and then the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 and 2 on the closed session portion of the agenda. Mr. Yang or Mr. Superintendent, are there any blue cards on this item?
No, there are not.
Excellent. Then I will close public comment and recess into closed session at 12:04. All right, I'd like to return this meeting to order at 1:02 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. With that, we will adjourn at 1:02 p.m.